This programming is sponsored by attorney mediator Ron Bankston, providing in-person, video conference, and hybrid mediation and arbitration services. More information is available at ronbankston.com.
Live from NPR News, I'm Dale Willman. A drone strike targeted a nuclear power plant in the United Arab Emirates today. No major damage was reported, and so far no organization has been blamed for the attack. But it highlights the risk of renewed fighting as the U.S. and Iran signal they both might be willing to fight again. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham said peace there is elusive.
It's going to be very difficult to get a deal with the current regime. Is there any evidence they've changed? I talked to the CIA director yesterday. Is there any evidence that the crowd in charge now is any less committed to destroying Israel, going after us, the great Satan, purifying Islam? I think the answer is no.
Graham added that if the fighting begins again, Iran's energy infrastructure should be the main target. Journalists working from 5 Latin American and Caribbean countries say they've identified 20 of the nearly 200 people killed in U.S. strikes on boats suspected of trafficking drugs. The Pentagon says forces have hit more than 50 boats, which it claims were being used by narco-terrorists in the Eastern Pacific and Caribbean. Legal experts say the boat strikes are illegal and amount to extrajudicial killings. NPR's Carrie Kahn has a report.
Reporters led by the Latin American Center for Investigative Journalism, or CLIP, attempted to uncover the names of those killed by the U.S. boat strikes since last September. After 5 months, they were able to reveal the stories of only 20. According to the journalists, all 20 were men. All were from extremely poor communities in Latin America and the Caribbean. And while some had possible connections with drug traffickers, the journalists say all were low-level actors. Other strike victims were found to have had no previous involvement in the trade. The journalists report the U.S. strikes have not reduced the flow of drugs to the U.S. The families of 3 victims of the boat strikes have filed wrongful death suits in a U.S. court. Carrie Kahn, NPR News, Manta, Ecuador.
In New York, the 2-day-old Long Island Railroad strike is expected to cause problems for the Monday morning commute. Bruce Conviser has our reports.
Governor Kathy Hochul has backed the negotiating strategy of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, but she urged the agency to try and find common ground with the striking rail workers.
I did not want to strike. The MTA did not want to strike. The MTA has put fair offers on the table. In fact, many of them.
Without a deal, some 300,000 commuters will be scrambling for ways to get to work Monday morning. The MTA plans to deploy shuttle buses during morning and afternoon rush hours, but that will not be enough to meet the volume demand. Both the MTA and Hochul are urging Long Island commuters to work from home if they can. Some 3,500 LIRR workers walked off the job early Saturday in a dispute over salary and health care benefits. For NPR News, I'm Bruce Conviser in New York.
And you're listening to NPR News. Officials in Austin, Texas say they have 2 teenagers in custody following at least 10 shootings this weekend that left 4 people hurt. And they say they're looking for a third possible suspect. Austin Mayor Kirk Watson says the shootings appear to have been random rather than targeted. The city's police chief says the suspects were apparently stealing vehicles as they moved across the city. The tree expected to adorn the front of the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. this upcoming Christmas holiday season is going to be harvested in Idaho. From member station Boise State Public Radio, Lauren Patterson reports on the search that's now underway.
Forest Service officials are looking for an evergreen between 80 and 100 feet high. Zach Peterson is a staff officer for the Nez Perce Clearwater National Forests.
On harvest day, we'll cut the tree, but instead of letting it hit the ground, we'll take it up with a crane. We'll get it to a truck, and then we'll bring it down to a local community where we'll package it up and get it all prepped for its cross-country trip.
Peterson says there will be a backup tree due to wildfire risk. But the final decision on which tree makes the cut rests with the architect of the Capitol. The tree will be wrapped in a huge banner people can sign as it makes its way to the East Coast. For NPR News, I'm Lauren Patterson in Orofino, Idaho.
The Michael Jackson biopic reclaimed the top spot at North American movie theaters this weekend. The film earned $26.1 million in its 4th weekend on the big screen. That brings its worldwide total to more than $700 million. The Devil Wears Prada 2 was in second, bringing in $18 million. Its international total has now hit $546 million. I'm Dale Willman, NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Lilly Endowment, a private foundation supporting NPR's coverage of religion and spirituality, and Jarl and Pamela Mohn, focusing on civil liberties, foster youth, public radio, and the arts.
Houston Public Media exists for and by the will of Southeast Texas. We appreciate our visionary supporters for enabling us to be the essential source for independent journalism and programs that inform, inspire, and engage all Houstonians. Angela Bishop, Judy and Dr. James Bozeman, Andrea B. Bryant, Kathy Butler, the Michael and Rebecca Simo Foundation, Janet F. Clark, Marion and Paul Cones. Thank you.
This is Open to Debate. I'm John Donvan. Hi, everybody. There's a kind of scientific research that gets everybody excited, even non-scientists. It's when a big breakthrough comes because the people doing research took a chance in a direction where the possibility of failure was really high, but so was the possibility of something amazing. As the old TV show Star Trek used to put it, to boldly go where no man has gone before. Classic example, the race to reach the moon. That's why we call it a moonshot. Or the Human Genome Project, or CRISPR that led to gene editing, and of course in everybody's recent memory, Operation Warp Speed, which gave us the COVID vaccines. But not all science represents risk-taking, and some now complain that in a world of publish or perish and the need to pass peer review for funding, too many researchers don't even try to swing for the fences, to put this in baseball terms, satisfied to play safe and just get singles and walks. We went to Johns Hopkins University to stage a debate that examines whether that is in fact true. It's part of the Hopkins Forum series, which we produce in partnership with the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, SNF Agora Institute. The precise question up for debate: is the scientific enterprise too risk-averse? Let's get to it. Welcome, everybody. I'm John Donvan, and welcome to Open to Debate. We are here at Johns Hopkins tackling the question, is the scientific enterprise too risk-averse? And let's welcome our debaters to the stage. First, please welcome Tyler Cowen, Brandon Obunu, Kate Bieberdorf, Sethuraman Panchanathan. Welcome all. I'd like to just take a minute to introduce you a little bit more in depth. First up with you, Tyler. You teach economics at George Mason University. You have a hugely popular podcast. You're also well known for your New York Times bestselling book called The Great Stagnation. You have also been called America's hottest economist by Bloomberg Business Week. Just curious, how do you feel about that word?
That was some while ago.
I want to introduce your partner, Brandon Obunu. Brandon, you're a biologist. You teach at Yale and the Santa Fe Institute. You run your own lab at Yale also. You have argued that science needs to embrace the ideal of what you call style. How would you describe your scientific style, if in just 3 words?
Oh boy, I would say generosity, creativity, and rigor.
Wow, I think we're going to hear more from that as the debate unfolds. Thanks very much. Now, on the other side of the debate, I want to welcome Kate Bieberdorf. Kate, welcome to the program. You're also known as Kate the Chemist. Kate, you teach chemistry at Notre Dame. And one of your missions there, and across the nation actually, is to increase public understanding of science. You have a huge social media following. Your fans love to watch you do experiments which often end in an explosion. What have you blown up lately?
I had a 2-liter soda bottle that I filled with liquid nitrogen, blew it up, put about 1,500 bounce house balls on top of it. We had a massive explosion. It was awesome.
What was proved?
That science is great and how vapor pressure works.
And your partner, I want to welcome, last but not least, Sethuraman Panchanathan. Panch, you go by the name Paunch. You said I can call you Paunch.
That's right, John.
I really want to thank you for that. So you're at Arizona State, where you're a professor and an engineer and a scientist, but you also served as the 15th director of the National Science Foundation. Is there one project that stands out to you from your time there that kind of captures what we're talking about? And I can give you 10 seconds on that.
Thank you, John. I think we launched the Technology Innovation Partnership Directorate during my tenure. The Regional Innovation Engines program really, to me, stands out as how do you honor the ideas, talent, and innovation that is all across our country.
In some ways, I already see common ground between the two sides with what Brandon had to say. But we are here to debate. We are here to argue. Our audience here at Hopkins, I want to explain, is playing a critical role tonight. They are being asked for their opinion on the topic both before and after the arguments have been heard. And at the end, we're going to see which side might have changed the most minds. So let's get started. It's time for our opening statements. First up is Brandon Obunu. You are arguing the scientific enterprise is too risk-averse. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished guests, debaters. Really, really honored to be here and to be able to participate in this endeavor in this time. I'll start with a claim that I make, and I make it not infrequently. Science is the greatest knowledge creation tool in the history of the world. I owe everything good in my life to science. Okay? And I come here not as an outsider, not as a gadfly, not as a social commentator. I come here as a basic scientist. a computational biologist who runs my own laboratory. And like many of us, I'm devastated by what's happening to the scientific enterprise. Institutions have been attacked, free speech is under attack, money has been taken away. But what I'm here to argue is that now is the time to think deeply about what science is, how we can do it better, more rigorously, more creatively, more inclusive, and do it in a manner where we are closer to one another and, most importantly, close to the tax-paying public. The case I would like to make, however, starts with our interaction with the public. We like to demonstrate to the world this idea that science is run by a bunch of cavalier, intrepid people or renegade geeks who are trying to figure out mysteries of the universe and cures for diseases. And that's true. But as someone on the inside who really is in the middle of his career and recently went through promotion, I can tell you that it actually works a lot different from the inside. It resembles something that's kind of like a circus and much more like a fiefdom. Okay? Now, like fiefdoms, forces like rituals and power and hierarchy, these are the things that really kind of dictate the way a lot of science works. And these are the things that require rethinking. And like fiefdoms, like a lot of fiefdoms, they run on an aversion to risk, a lack of creativity, an inability to experiment. Now, before going on, let me tell you what I mean by risk. And I'll tell you what risk is not. Risk is not irresponsibility. It's not doing sloppy or imprecise science. Risk is not trying to subvert scientific institutions. Risk is not a disbelief in science. Risk is not empowering the merchants of misinformation. Risk is something very simple but very profound. And it is only that you reflect on your practices, your rituals, and your incentives. You question them deeply, and if they don't work, you experiment and or change them. That is what risk really, really is. And what I've found is that a lot of science is kind of has this real reluctance to embrace that kind of risk. Now, I articulate this, and one of the things I say when I make this argument to myself is, well, Brandon, aren't there a lot of really wonderful people doing a lot of wonderful science? And the answer is yes, but so many of us do it despite the way science works and not because of it. So today, what I'm here to say is there's a possibility for a new and exciting science, one that survives the attacks, that is not one that is much more inclusive and much more creative. So when I ask you to vote yes to the notion that science is risk averse, I'm only asking to vote not for to maim and harm science or even to criticize it, but because we want it to be better. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Next argument, science is not too risk averse. We have Seturam Panchanandan. Panch, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. And thank you all for showing up. I mean, on an evening at 6 o'clock. Thank you to my wonderful moderator, John, and my wonderful colleagues here, Tyler and Brandon. Great to joining. But I'll tell you the exciting part is who gets to have a partner called Kate the chemist. Isn't that cool? So, with that, let me. In fact, it's very interesting because I would say amen to some of the things that Brandon said, but yet I would differ with him because all of that is because of the fact that we still continue to have a vibrant scientific enterprise that is founded on the principles of recognizing, rewarding, and investing in risk. As a faculty member myself, scientist, researcher, as a vice president of research, and then going on to lead the National Science Foundation, there is no evidence to say that somehow we have become risk averse. Where is the evidence? Because if you look at the granting process that we use today, it's not changed. In fact, it gives a lot of empowerment, even more empowerment, to the people who are funding the science right where it happens, namely the program officers who come in and do an unbelievable job investing in highly risk projects. The programs that fund high-risk projects, like the NSF Career Award, I'm taking NSF as an example because that is something that is close to my heart. And I can say it first-hand knowledge. having been at the agency for the last 5 years. Every program there looks for high-risk ideas. But to the point that was made, we want to make sure that we are promoting and rewarding risk, but not where the risk becomes the risk of the lack of evidence or the risk of not having the rigor. And when such a thing is being presented, people often confuse it as we are risk averse. It is not the case. Let me tell you a story. There was a graduate student named Jennifer Doudna. She then came and became, with funding that she was provided for her research, a fantastic doctoral student, graduated, got a job as a faculty member, won the NSF Career Award. NSF invested in her ideas, frontier ideas. The CRISPR was an outcome of such amazing work that she did. And then subsequently, NSF even awarded her one of the most prestigious awards called the Waterman Award in honor of the first director of NSF. And then she won many other awards and won something small called the Nobel Prize later on in 2020. This is sustained investment in risky science that was made, and that's not just one person. NSF prides in the fact that we've been able to invest in over 217 Nobel laureates. There is no agency on planet Earth that matches that. In fact, people across the globe, when I go and talk to all the science ministers and funding agency heads, they would tell me, how can we create an NSF in our country? We pride in the fact that investment in high-risk, high-reward research actually provides the unbelievable outcomes. So the data speaks for itself. It's not only just the Nobel Prize that people win, the Fields Medalists, the Turing Awards, the Nobel quality work that may not even achieve that level of awards, but still is Nobel quality work right here at Johns Hopkins University and all across the nation. It still is vibrant. Programs like Career Awards, programs like Eager, Inspire, all of these are investing in high risk, high reward. I would argue even the programs that are investing in translational research actually invest in high risk, and I will have a chance to probably talk about that later on in this debate. So I just want to assure all of you that the scientific enterprise, yes, there are ups and downs that we face, and so let's not look at the narrow window of a 6-month or a 9-month and suddenly conclude that somehow we have reached a point where we are risk averse. We are not.
So we've heard two opening statements so far. We will continue after this break. I'm John Donvan. This is Open to Debate.
Want to watch? Want to discover? Want to learn? HBM Plus streams the best of PBS and Houston Public Media. Kids, drama, science, local, all in one free app. Go live with channels like TV8, Create, PBS Kids, NHK World, and more. Streaming around the clock. And PBS members get full access to past seasons with Passport. Search HBM Plus on your smart and connected TVs. It's all waiting for you on HBO Plus.
The Arts Hour brings you the best in global arts and culture.
It resonated with me.
Join me, Nikki Bindi, for in-depth conversation with some of the world's most creative people. My work is very colourful. If I could, I'd live in a world full of deep, intense, saturated colour with a higher power that I cannot explain. We do this at the Arts Hour on the BBC. News 88.7.
Welcome back to our debate on science. We've heard our first two opening statements, and next up we're going to hear from Tyler Cowen, who is arguing the scientific enterprise is too risk averse. You have 4 minutes, Tyler.
I'm delighted to see how much respect there is for science on the other side of the debate. But the one thing they're not doing is looking at what science itself tells us on the question, is science too risk averse? So if I look at the leading researcher in this area, Pierre Azoulay at MIT, who's published numerous papers on this question, he concludes that science is indeed too risk averse. There is a bias against novel papers. If I look at the completed studies so far on this question by Michael Clark, co-authors in Nature, they look at 4.5 million scientific papers using data and statistics. What do they conclude? Again, this is science speaking. So we're doing too many small things. We're not investing enough in big breakthroughs because there is risk aversion. Let me give you another truth from science. And now I mean social science. If you look at big enterprises, take bureaucracies, take governments, take large corporations, dare I even say take universities, as they grow larger and more mature, they all become more risk averse. Indeed, they become too risk averse. That is a fundamental principle of theories of bureaucracy spanning the social sciences. If you try to deal with a big corporation and get them to act in a discretionary manner, you encounter this bureaucracy. If you try to deal with the government and try to get something done in a discretionary manner, you encounter the same bureaucracy. If you apply that same basic reasoning to science and the scientific enterprise, which is at work inside universities, inside governments, inside the private sector, of course, that is also too bureaucratic and too risk averse. So our side of the debate, what we're asking you to believe is what is a pretty self-evident truth in the social sciences. You would be very hard-pressed to find a social scientist who would not agree with the general point. Just one or two anecdotes I'd like to raise. So the other side of the debate mentioned Jennifer Doudna and her wonderful work in the biosciences. That's great. I would say Katalin Karikó, who is essentially the most important person behind mRNA vaccines. For 20 years, she did not get a regular academic post with guaranteed funding because people thought the idea was too weird, too strange. It paid off. So you could say right now our science is 1 for 2. Yes on Doudna, not such a great performance on Karikó. Can America do better than World 2? Is that our standards for the scientific enterprise? Or should we have been taking the chances and funded Katalin Karikó earlier in her career with more money, more status, a regular tenured post? Since millions of people have died from COVID, I think the answer to that question is obvious. Finally, to consider COVID just for a bit more. So COVID arrives in this country, you could say January 2020. The NIH is still taking grant proposals and requiring 6 to 9 months to adjudicate them. So thousands of Americans, by the time you get to March, are dying each week. Bureaucracy is still slow. Finally, at the very end of April, they accelerated the process for some of the grants, so maybe they would only take a few months instead of 6 to 9 months. I will point out the NSF was way ahead of them there. They were quicker to adapt, but the NIH is much larger than the NSF. And if they're taking so long to adjudicate grant proposals when so many Americans are dying, clearly they are too afraid of doing the wrong thing, and thus I conclude that American science, yes, is too risk averse. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. And rounding out this opening round, I want to welcome Kate Biebendorf to tell us why science is not too risk averse.
Perfect. Well, hello. Thank you very much for having me. It's quite an honor to be here at Johns Hopkins. Gentlemen, I'm very much looking forward to an academic debate. And Ponchu King, I'm so excited to be partnered with you. So he did a great job kind of identifying our situation in industry and with NSF, and I'm going to focus more on academia. So I work at Notre Dame, and I want to share a story of one of my colleagues. His name is Tom O'Sullivan. He is an electrical engineer, a brilliant researcher. His students love him. 6 weeks before his wedding, his wife was diagnosed with breast cancer. And for the sake of time, I'm just going to kind of cut to the punch. What he decided to do is go back to lab, just like any romantic nerd, and try to figure out if he could invent something that would minimize her suffering. And he did. He invented something that could kind of track tumor growth. So you have chemotherapy. After 5 days, you're able to use this instrument using light and see if the tumor responded to the chemo. And so if it is, great, continue on with the path. But if it's not, you can stop and pivot and go on a completely different project and a pathway. heart disease, so this is a way to help prolong the life of our male counterparts. They also have one on just women's health, and so they're saying, look at all these different projects that we've done with men, let's throw hormones at them and see what's going to happen. These are risky projects, something we can go after. Their budget is $1.5 billion, and they fund anywhere between $2 to $20 million per team. So this is something that really goes after those risky projects. But there's also NIH, and so NIH is known for the high-risk, high-reward awards, and there's 4 different ones I want to highlight for you. So there's the Pioneer Award. This is what's given to scientists who are established in their career, but they want to now take a step to something else, try something else that's a little bit risky. This supports them. There's the New Innovator Award. So these are for people who have a big idea, but they're racing against that academic clock, so they're pre-tenure. So this is a way to kind of relieve some pressure. There's also the Early Independence Award. This is for somebody who's a grad student who wants to jump right into doing research. They get to kind of jump over that postdoc position. This is something, a way to kind of go after risky research right now. And the last one is why we're here. We're talking about the scientific enterprise being too risk adverse. The NIH has a Transformative Research Award that specifically funds things that are highly unlikely to work or things that are untested. They give 20 to 30 awards every single year, and each one is about $2 million. So it's not that the scientists aren't taking risks. It's not that there's the funding that's not there. Like, both of those things are happening. But my point is that we are not talking about it enough. We are not training our scientists to have solid science communication skills. We need to figure out how to talk about their research, how to get out of the jargon jungle and actually explain their research to the general public, and also talk about the risks that they are taking every single day in the lab trying to make this world a better place. So is the scientific enterprise too risk adverse? No, but we need to be talking about it.
Thank you, Seneca. So it's our opening round, and now we're going to round 2. And in round 2, we have a much more freely conversation in which the debaters question one another, even break in on one another if it's done politely. But I just want to talk about what I've heard in the opening round. If I listen closely, what I think what I heard people debating is the matter of boldness, that in all of the science being carried out now in the United States, how much of it is bold and how much of it is pioneering, how much of it is big swing stuff. And we hear Tyler and Brandon arguing that the numbers and the culture demonstrate that the enterprise has become risk averse. Their opponents, their response is, what are you talking about? And they go through a list of some astonishing scientific productions. So I want to dig into some of what you're all saying. Sure, there's some stuff that's not so bold, and that's necessary too, but there's the notion that risk is running the system as well that they disagree with. I'll come to you first, Kate. So your opponents, despite the litany of projects that you ran through, they're both pretty persuaded that everybody agrees that the system is risk averse. And what you're saying is that that's some sort of illusion. If that is an illusion, how do you explain that illusion?
So I kind of go back to the academic structure, right, of tenure and how we are up against an academic clock. And so sometimes people will go for the safer research because they think that will guarantee them tenure. If you have tenure available for it, people are shooting for the stars and they're going for it.
I was recently promoted 3 or 4 times. Okay? At every single point when I was promoted, okay, I ignored the advice that was given to me, which was undeniably to do the things to secure the attention of a small number of people who are elites in my profession.
Can you give an example? Is your do this safe thing and you didn't?
My success in securing federal funding is because I was able to steer it and couch it in an idea that was legible to the funders, not the things that I thought were the most important. Steering the universe. I haven't even gotten to work on those yet. And we need to be in a system where I can work on the things that I think are the most important, or me and a small number of colleagues think are the most important, not the ones that are set by an agenda by a bunch of elites. And that is where we are now.
Brandon, I disagree with you because the programs at NSF call for proposals from anyone coming on a topic that is related to that division or directorate. There are a few focused programs, yes, but by and large, the funding of NSF is directed at curiosity-driven, discovery-based, exploratory research. I want this to be clearly understood. There is no evidence to say that we have backed away from it. As I said, that we are not risk-averse, but we are risk-aware. We have a responsibility to ensure that the science that is being proposed is bold ideas, but not bad ideas.
Everything I've heard from the other side of the debate is anecdotal. Nor of it is very good. But if you look at aggregate measures which have been studied by research scientists, they're all pointing in the direction of the system as a whole being too risk averse. I once did a study, the much more quickly, a much greater number. I'm not saying we should exactly copy the system or a different kind of country, but you can see another place getting the job done, basically kicking our butt.
He's saying the U.S. system is overly concerned with safety of the patients.
And overly risk averse. Too many layers of control, regulation, and cost. This is not disputed.
And in China, the people who are in the trials they're doing okay?
China is ahead of us in drug development in many, many areas.
Not my question.
No evidence I know of use of humans. But look, if there is, we could do it better. We can bring advantages of each system to bear. Right now, we are stuck.
ARPA-H was literally invented or established in 2022 as a way to go faster and do faster research and literally try to get risky deployable solutions into the hands of surgeons. And so there is evidence showing that we are trying to move in that right direction and be faster. And I'm not going to argue with you. It does take a long time, but for good reason. We need to be safe here.
If I may, that example, when we don't need China, we can look to Operation Warp Speed. Operation Warp Speed, which is the thing that enabled the mRNA vaccine, was precisely effective because it shrunk the constraints that you usually have to give a medical technology to people. So that was a recognition that we're risk averse.
How would you respond to that?
See, fundamentally, I find that regulations have a role to play. So the challenges you find in other parts of the world, be careful what you wish for sometimes. We have a country where we've tried, test, validate, verify, and then deploy. And safety is important.
I want to bring an example that I think a lot of people are aware of, and that was the Human Genome Project that ran from 1990 to 2003. At the time, there were scientists, more than 50 U.S. scientists signed a letter saying that this was a crazy idea and a waste of money to map the human genome, and yet it turned out to be, I think, a pretty resounding success. How would you compare the work that now relies on the genome versus the search for the genome? Is there a difference in risk aversion dynamic? In other words, people who are using the genome are doing the non-risky science, and finding it in the first place was risky?
As a child of the Human Genome Project, I think it has a very deeply complex history. And if you look at the things that it actually was its original ambitions, it has not achieved those ambitions, which was to eradicate genetic disease. I think what it was the success was it led to all of these new technologies that ended up helping biology as a whole. Now, what ended up happening not long after the end of the Human Genome Project is it just became another target where all these individuals flocked to. You have many, many failed iterations of genomics that have taken place in its wake, okay? And you had whole generations. The gene therapy, the first failed iteration of gene therapy in 2004.
Risk-taking, risky?
Right, yeah, but the thing is, it was people migrated, whole fields, not because there was money. People migrated to the popular thing because there was money and there was attention and there was glory, right? That's not risk, that's actually doing what the establishment expects you to do. And it failed, and many generations of people failed after that.
I would say that the Genome Project led to all kinds of wild research now. If you look at what Beth Shapiro's research is doing, where she's trying to figure out how to change the phenotype of elephants so that with climate change and what's going on, to see if they can try to get them to grow some mammoth hair. These little projects that may seem risky or not risky 20, 30 years ago, look at what it's led to now. It's opening up all these doors, and it's transformative what we're learning from this.
Brandon, the thing that we forget is the Human Genome Project, we're celebrating the success of it several decades later. What is being funded right now will be celebrated several decades later too. I always remind people that the AI of today is sustained investments of 5 to 6 decades by NSF and other agencies. Even during AI winters, we funded them. Today we celebrate them as AI, as if suddenly it just came out of nowhere. This is sustained investment. Same thing is true for quantum. And I often remind people, what NSF is funding today, you will not have labels for another couple of decades. So the same thing like Human Genome Project, there are projects
like you the most like you. You want everything to be defensible. You write 98-page papers with every possible robustness check. There is extreme risk aversion.
But your opponents call that rigor.
What it leads to is people focusing on the smallest question they feel they can answer in a defensible way, and that is exactly the problem.
Does the other side recognize that as a challenge?
I guess if I can, because we talk about letters to neighbors. I was chair of the department, the director of the school. We don't reject a tenure case when there are 4 people who say it's a big case and 1 person says it's not. We go and investigate this further. We don't reject them. I'm sorry, I don't agree with this characterization.
Okay, we're going to take some questions from the audience. If you can tell us your name and come up.
Beyond, I'm a Hopkins undergrad first year. My question is not about the economic risk, but about the social and existential risk of certain types of research, and also inevitably the role of democracy in this process. Because while we're kind of in like a race against certain countries in technologies like AI, it's true that centralized countries and regimes are better at developing these technologies faster. So I was wondering, what's the role of democracy in managing social and existential risks?
I'm a strong believer in the United States as a constitutional republic with plenty of democratic checks and balances. We've been the world leader in science, in part because we're democratic. But the point still remains, Congress is pretty dysfunctional. People across the political spectrum agree with that. Congress has great influence over our society. We just can do so much better when it comes to science. And democracy is our greatest blessing. It's partially a curse, and we need to fix it and move ahead with more innovation. You look at, again, aggregate data on scientific innovation. It has not done so great compared to, say, the 1930s. And you're not hearing that science, those numbers, rebutted by the other side. You're hearing anecdotes.
It's very interesting. There are opponents that are saying they're anecdotes. In fact, they have the anecdotes. I'm giving you the data based on what we do, what we did at NSF. On the issue of democracy, that's one of the greatest blessings that we have. That we can debate like this. We can disagree without being disagreeable. All of this is because we have a wonderful democracy. And let me tell you, yes, democracy is messy. But we talked about Congress. The last time I checked, there was a lot of negativity about the fact that science funding will go down, but the NSF funding was mostly retained. But Congress also has a task to do, which is that we have to look at the budget and see how it can be balanced. So we have a role to play, every one of us, which is that science should be thought of not as a spend, but as an investment. And when you talk about investment, you talk about what are the benefits and the impact that the investment occurs. This device, for example, this device that all of us carry.
You can't see, you are holding up your iPhone, I believe.
Yeah, this device, the iPhone, yes, thank you, has got tens of thousands of projects funded by NSF probably over the years, including the glass that is there that covers the surface. And everybody uses that. So it's our responsibility to be able to articulate it better.
All right, hello, I'm Damari. I'm also an undergraduate student at Hopkins. Who specifically is the source of the risk aversion? Is it just the bureaucrats who are in charge of overseeing and determining what does and does not get funding or how much? And what is your proposed solution to that, just to change their minds or have them replace them with something more public or more democratic?
Great question, and that's an opportunity to draw a distinction in terms of where does the risk aversion live? I believe we are risk averse. As Professor King said, I don't think the individuals are. I think individual ambition, people really want to do things. I think it's the ecology, it's the system. There's something called the pivot penalty you might have heard of. Researchers incur a formal professional penalty when they choose to do something outside their area of expertise. Major study published by Deshaun Wang and colleagues. We have something there's big studies on hiring networks. You are more likely to hire people who come from a network familiar to you. I think we are embedded in a system that goes back many, many years and encourages us to pick familiar things. Now, how do you do that? I think some of the programs that have been articulated here are good examples. I think there are funding programs that are good examples. I think for me, my most risky projects come from private money or individuals who've actually empowered me to do that thing. That's not a solution, but what that means is we need programs, institutions, like where I work at the Santa Fe Institute. That's an independent science kind of organization that does research that's completely afield and requires multidisciplinarity. So there are good examples of people who are actually making this happen. Certainly certain departments have been good at this, but we need much more of it so that scientists like you, when you get to the point where you're ready to pick your career, you're not trying to bend your research so that some program officer will give you a grant. I want you thinking deep. I want you challenging nature. I want you being a renegade, and I want you to be employed because of it.
So for me, I keep hearing this perception of the academic clock is kind of what we're coming back to. So I will agree with you that the academic system can inhibit it a little bit with risk. I absolutely will get behind that. But I also believe that we are seeing a shift. We can see that people aren't necessarily doing the publish or perish thing anymore. Now, if you have something that is actually, you developed an instrument and it's in a hospital, these people are getting tenure. So we are seeing shifts happen across the scope of things. But it's the stereotypical old way of getting tenure. I will agree with you. It may be a little bit too risk adverse, but we're moving in the right direction.
Jeff Mervis with Science Magazine. I wanted to ask Tyler and Brandon for their definition of risk. I've heard different metrics being used, including what Brandon said. I want to be able to do what I think is important, not what some bureaucrat. I've heard it say it's success. I've heard you say it's failure. What is your definition of risk, and how do you measure it?
There's a formal economic definition of risk, but just intuitively, it's when the scope of possible outcomes is larger rather than smaller. So for instance, if the European Union approves a new medicine or medical device, we will not approve it automatically. We feel that's too much of a risk. We feel the European Union is too risk-loaded for us. In my opinion, that is a risk we should take. That would, in the abstract, be more risk. I think it would be quite safe. The European Union regulators, I trust as much as our own regulators. And that's something we don't do because we're too risk averse.
Could you bring it to the level of the grant making, Brandon?
Risk to me is not a number or a metric. It's almost like an algorithm and a process. Risk to me is a rigorous evaluation of all of the processes of science. How we publish, what we pursue, the way we hire, the way we promote, the way we teach, and actually experimenting and changing with it. So my view on risk aversion is far deeper than simply what scientific questions we're asking. It's who gets to ask them, and who's sitting in what seat, and how we actually construct everything about science. The Human Genome Project is one of the things. It decreased the cost of sequencing the genome from tens of millions of dollars to lower than less than $1,000. That's a triumph of science and technology. Here's my question. The processes of science haven't changed at all. How is it that science itself, scientists work hard, we improve, we iterate, and yet the manner that the peer review works, which is old and stale, and everybody agrees on that, has not changed at all. So risk to me is experimenting with all of those knobs in the scientific field.
Essentially, it's if you have an unknown outcome, right? You don't know what's going to happen. You're taking a risk. You're going after something. And that is what the definition is of being a scientist. We ask questions and we search for answers. So if we're saying we have to avoid anything or we don't have an unknown outcome or we're doing too much, we're basically taking away from what a scientist is and what we do.
I'm Jackson, undergraduate student. So, Kate, you just said publish or perish is dead. It doesn't seem to be as much of an agreement from the other side. Do you think that the current publication process in the United States supports risk or crushes it?
I think it's a little bit of both. I'll be honest, it's a little bit of both. I think if you're going to try to publish in our, top 10 journals and you're going for they publish bold ideas. They want to go after what's referred to as risky science. So I think we're definitely in a space where we're going after that, right? Where we're still able to publish in these big places, but I don't know.
You know, I think Kate has a good point that we have a lot more journals now, right? And so there is a spectrum of the risks that the individual journals take, but the top journals still continue to value very risky and bold ideas. But of course, with evidence, because when you publish, you're actually not only publishing the idea, but you're publishing all the studies that go with it.
I think there is overwhelming evidence that the publishing process is stagnant and has not changed. I challenge you to find a basic scientist who will defend the way the peer review process works at the moment, right? I'm the senior editor at a journal, which is the journal of record in my field, and I see this. Not only that, there is large amounts of data about how conservatism is rewarded, especially in the large journals. If it's not conservatism, it's like innovation within. It's like putting pineapple on a pizza, something like that. It's still pizza. There's nothing really, really innovative about it. That's the type of innovation we reward in the large journals, and you need to publish in the large journals. Contrary to what is said, you do need to publish in eminent journals to get a job. That's just a fact.
I'm also an editor for a journal, and so I would fight back on that a little bit. The ones that we approve, the ones that we are publishing, we are definitely leaning into the big ideas and the big things, and we are absolutely publishing work that deserves to be published.
My question for Kate on communication.
I want to know, is competition a concern for science to not be risk averse?
I would say in general that every scientist that ever has existed needs more science communication skills. We are taught in grad school how to talk to each other using jargon, using vocabulary terms that we learn in grad school. And this has made us kind of, I would argue, scientists are in this position we're in right now because we don't know how to talk to the general public. And if you talk to social sciences, there's no general public. Like, it's what public are you talking to? What is your audience? And I think if we train our scientists how to talk about research, how to talk about the actual risks that we are taking in lab every single day, then I think this would open up the doors of how we kind of view what's happening inside of a lab. And it is of utmost importance. If you get anything from what I'm saying today, it's of utmost importance to train our scientists how to talk about their science right now, because we are in the position we are in because we're not able to connect with the public.
And that is a wrap on our question and answer portion of the program. It's time to hear closing remarks from each of our four debaters. They each get 90 seconds to make their case one last time. Brandon, you are up first. The floor is yours.
Well, great. Thank you again for spending time with us this evening and hearing our cases. I've argued that science is risk averse. And it's because of a combination of evidence. You've heard multiple sort of antidotes from our lives, but the data, as I've articulated, is overwhelming. I discussed to you the pivot penalty. This is what happens when a scientist decides that, you know what, I have a skill set that can apply to a famine, even though I'm not a famine scientist. I have a skill set that can apply to a pandemic, even though I'm not a pandemic scientist. The spirit of collaboration, right, is penalized. You actually incur a real cost. This is a recent sort of study. We talked about how academic hiring networks, we have data now that we actually are unimaginative about the manner that we're hiring. Look around science at any corner, the way we publish, the way we review grants, the way we hire, the types of questions, and there is ample evidence that we need to start experimenting and doing something original. Science communication, me and you both, Professor Kate, do that, and we find that very central to what we do, and that's right. But guess what? When's the last time we had a job search and we've actively tried to hire somebody who did that? Very, very rarely. Very, very rarely. Very, very rarely. And you're trying for that. So the idea is, let's experiment with science itself. Let's use the data that we have to kind of come up with ways to make this much more rigorous, much more careful, much more creative, and much more successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Kate, you're up next.
Thank you very much. But I just kind of want to reiterate the big thing. So our scientists are asking the big questions. I've never met a single scientist who doesn't have that dream, that moonshot, that wants to go after it. It is an imperative. It is part of our culture. It's a part of the way we see the world. There are the funding structures there to support it for those who want to go after it. Yes, we need to change the funding model a little bit, but it is there. We are there to support it. I started off by saying that academic has a responsibility. Universities have the responsibility to go after and take those risks. But big pharma, if you ask them, they're going to say the exact same thing, that they're the ones taking the risk. At any given point in time, they have between 6 to 10 projects that they're running from a variety of risks. One that's going to guarantee to go so that they can talk and meet their bottom line and talk to their executive board, but they also have the
I would agree with you there is process improvements that we need to have. I would agree with you. But that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is science risk averse? And the answer is absolutely not. That's the point that we're debating here. I just want us to be very clear about that. Science is a process, is not a risk averse process. It's to ensure that we are risk aware and we are managing the risks and not running away from the risks. And I would say with confidence that in the organizations that I have been, academic, department level, university level, interacted with many, many folks across academia, industry, and leading an agency, I would say science funding, science investments, and science writ large is not risk averse. We clearly have a long way to go in terms of improving it and making it serve us better. Folks, let's be very clear. We are with the ball. That's something that people want to emulate and replicate, and they are not able to do that. We have something really good going here. That doesn't mean that we cannot be better. That doesn't mean that suddenly we become risk averse. Not true.
Thank you much. So here is how it went on the question, is the scientific enterprise risk averse? Before the arguments were heard, 41.9% said yes, 21% said no, and 37.1% undecided. After the vote, 54.7% said yes, 27.4% said no, 17.9% were undecided. The largest move was towards the side arguing yes. They picked up 12.8 percentage points to 6.4% for the undecided. So the yes side proved more persuasive. And we learned a lot from all sides tonight. So thank you. As a nonprofit working to combat extreme polarization through civil debate, our work is made possible by listeners like you, by the Rosencrantz Foundation, and by supporters of Open to Debate. Thank you to our partner, the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, SMF Agora Institute. Robert Rosencrantz is our chairman. Our CEO is Leah Mather. Andrew Lipson is head of production. Michelle Deversini is head of marketing. This episode was produced by Katie Perry. Alexis Pagrazi is our executive producer. The Open to Debate team also includes Gabriella Mayer, Gabrielle Ionicelli, Julia Sorkin, Linda Lee, and Scott Jacoby. David Whittemore makes this episode. Our theme music is by Alex Clement. And I'm John Donvan. We'll see you next time on Open to Debate.
I'm Ernie News at the next level Houston FIFA World Cup 2026 Houston host committee president will be here to fill us in on all the activities surrounding the big event coming to Houston. Then Democracy Now! Host Amy Goodman will tell us about the documentary Steal the Story, please, spotlighting the organizations who work to champion independent journalism. It's Hello Houston, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. weekdays here on News 98.7.
Support comes from owner Seven Scott, LGBT emergency helping businesses grow through strategy, websites, storytelling, and design. 7scout.com. Be nice, make better. Your NPR station News 88.7 KUHF Houston, a service of the University of Houston. Get local and breaking news anytime at HoustonPublicMedia.org. Listen to us on your favorite devices. Tell your smart speaker to play News 88.7.
And also a lot going on in the world. But let's start with Iran, because obviously this is the epicenter of what's going on politically for the White House. The president describes the state of negotiations as, quote, on life support, unquote. That doesn't sound good. The problem is that both sides have dug in on their negotiating positions. Tehran wants more reparations from the U.S. They want basically sanctions for the conflict to date. They want to control the Strait of Hormuz. The president says this is, quote, a piece of garbage, unquote. The U.S. wants basically Tehran to eliminate its weapons program, and they want to be able to control the Strait of Hormuz. Just hard to see how there's going to be kind of common.
Yeah, it's like putting a circle into a square peg. But I mean, this is an issue that was talked going to be for, let's say, 25 months, right? You're going to be paying 23. I mean, the impact that you're going to get or the relief that you're going to get is going to be around $2, right? So are people going to notice it when prices are almost $2 higher than that they were before?
Yeah.
No,
That's a good point.
I don't think it's going to have a significant impact.
No, and more bad news for the White House this week is that the kind of consumer price index is up by a little bit, and the numbers don't matter as much as like the way people feel. You know, we are constantly talking about the price of groceries, and I think that's where people this issue too. So those, despite the fact that people are like actually hurting, the numbers aren't good either. So the story is kind of compounded by that. So it's a problem, I think, for the Republicans how this process goes. The other issue to note here is that the Republicans are trying to basically package a bunch of other budget items together to take yet a third bite at the apple of reconciliation. We know, again, reconciliation is a process whereby the majority can bundle together a bunch of budget type items that have passed with the majority, which is for the Republicans because they have the filibuster, and so this is votes. But usually the third bite of the apple is and so they're going to come up maybe with like seeds in their mouth, which right. So the things that are in reconciliation, some of the speakers, there's opportunities to access to affordable housing, which is a plus for Biden now. So they want to fund the war in Iran, which is really they want, like Senator Taft is asking for more capital gains tax cuts, maybe some pieces of the Save America Act, and of course the big ask is the $1 billion wall where the president said this is going to be privately funded. It looks more like it's going to be funded by the government and taxpayers. So how do you kind of see all these things playing together? Is this going to pass, first of all? And second of all, like,
just ask Senator Rand Paul, and he's like, no, absolutely not. And maybe he can sway other senators to do it, but his argument is very simple. His argument is like, I'm 1,000% in favor if this thing is built with private funding. We should not be spending $1 billion on these ballroom at all. Period.
It's a tough sell. Yeah, and I mean, I think it gets to the problem of the gas tax issue, which is that there's still numbers listed from Republicans, right? So some Republicans have said that they think that this goes too far, either because they don't want to embrace the president's conflict or because they'll bring up the deficit. So Speaker Thune, Thune was really unhappy about this. James Langford of Oklahoma sort of expressed some reluctance in charge of the Energy Subcommittee. So, like, there's just a lot of people who the Republican side are not so convinced this is right probably to go. I think this could sell. I think that there's an opportunity. This is good, but it has to be done maybe for a moment where you kind of make this huge ask. And it comes at a moment where, like we said, things are financially pretty rough. And the president's message on this is pretty limited. So, you've got a president who's proposing, for instance, the ballroom. He's also painting the reflecting pool. Oh, yeah. There's the ball in general budget. Yeah.
I think there's some issues with the painting. if they're not re-elected, right, these questions become a little bit more less important.
They're
for the
with a
future.
cocktail, like watching CNN saying, boy, if it was me, I'd do this thing.
I would do this thing or not. So I think that's the very important thing. And given the messaging, right? Given the messaging is not very good because spending $1 billion on UFC fights, etc., situates points a complete divorce from reality of the average American. And that is what is right. And then when you put that with what happened in the presidential campaign is I'm for America, I'm for workers, I'm for making this country great again, bringing jobs, etc., and those things have not materialized fully for people to see them overall. And finally, I think the most important point, besides these, is that Democrats will also have to have a very disciplined strategy to be able to capitalize these issues.
Yeah, because, we think of politics as zero-sum game, it is, but it's also the case that Democrats are really so there has to be some way that they can find a strategy for.
Correct.
But I think you're totally right. For the Republicans, they have to figure out, do deficits matter? Is that something we're going to focus on, right? Some people like Chip Roy do, but not everybody. Is we going to propose the kind of indifference on Iran or even kind of a counter-strategy on Iran, right? That's what I think Republicans have to consider kind of post-Trump. So lots of these questions that are sort of swirling that make it a challenge for Republicans to kind of follow that party line. And the party line is basically whatever Donald Trump says it is. On that point, there has been huge redistricting news the last couple of weeks. It's funny because 3 weeks ago we were talking about how Democrats were coming out ahead on this. Right. Virginia Supreme Court ruled. We saw some kind of changes in Utah that actually netted one seat for Democrats. California redistricted. So it was looking like Democrats were going to come out ahead. But a series of events basically made that probably impractical. The U.S. Supreme Court, basically in the Calais decision, decided that they were going to open the door to essentially minimizing the impact of the Voting Rights Act. There's lots to unpack there, but the bottom line is basically that states are more or less going to be able to redraw lines without respect to kind of protecting some of these specific districts that they otherwise had. So that's going to net a handful of seats for Republicans. You've got the Virginia Supreme Court, which overruled the voters, and that'll change down the road, but for sure we're seeing, I think in the near term, that basically not be the benefit to Democrats that they thought it was. Places like Alabama, South Carolina, Florida are all moving in the direction of trying to gerrymander, netting maybe 10 seats. Unknown. This is sort of still all up in the ether, but I think the fact is that where, a month ago there was a sort of sensibility that Democrats were going to come out ahead, now it's looking like they're going to come out behind. What's your take on the kind of redistricting wars in 2026?
It's on both sides, right? It's Democrats and Republicans. Democrats, when they have the opportunity, they redistrict. Republicans, when they have the opportunity, they redistrict. What worries me most is the swing that the Supreme Court took at the Voting Rights Act, right? And it is a very narrow interpretation, right? Saying we're not in the 1960s anymore. And say, okay, fine, but we're also not in the 1800s. So the Constitution should not be interpreted as the 1800s, as sometimes this court has done when we had, for example, Roe v. Wade, or when we had other very important issues. So there is no consistency in terms of we should take the Constitution as a written document that is a written document, we should follow it to the T, or is it a live document that has to be interpreted with today's things? So
do you think that the Supreme Court is in jeopardy of becoming and or being perceived as too political of institutions?
Absolutely.
A lot of legal scholars have looked at this decision and said basically they're violating their own core rules, including the Purell principle, which is the sort of, in a nutshell, the principle that says we should stay out of politics. Is this a liability for the courts?
I think that it is a liability. I do not understand in these democracy, right? Why don't allow people to choose the representative that they want? I mean, it's something that I've been struggling over the years, and also goes to the very own fabric of our founding, right? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So to me, it's a very odd ruling and very politicized that we're entering in a area where the Supreme Court is making these political decisions, right? and making a whole issue argumentative whatever that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, there's definitely, I think, concern that the ruling was misread or too narrow, but the impact is going to be very political, and I don't know if it changes things too much, except to say that you're probably not going to see some districts get protected the way that they have been, and certainly partisanship is now like just a kind of unfettered, uncaged animal where they can draw lines in whatever way that they want that are effectively partisan in orientation. So that's going to change the dynamics. And how this ends up playing out, we don't know. I think in the near term, like we've been saying, Democrats are likely to do better in the midterm, but long-term Republicans are going to net seats, I think, in a normal course of action because of the way that the lines are drawn. That is going to be a kind of structural advantage.
But then those lines are going to be redrawn by Democrats.
It's possible, although some of these states are very Republican, so we'll see a lot of changes, but then the Democratic states will do the opposite, right?
Exactly.
So I think that's what we're saying. Right. You're going to see the kind of tit-for-tat strategy, which just never seems to
race
end.
to the bottom.
And some states are pushing back, like South Carolina is sort of making some overtures that they're not going to go in that direction. We saw Indiana do the same.
Right.
Some members paid the price for that. So we're definitely going to see, I think, outcomes here very political in the meantime. But to me, the Democrats may have lost the redistricting fight, but they've gained an issue from the midterm. And that is that they have urban voters and black voters and younger voters be really engaged in this process. I think this decision and the kind of redistricting wars around it will make that happen. Speaking of elections, let's switch to Texas. None other than former President Barack Obama was here in Austin, Texas, weighing in on the U.S. Senate race, but also, of course, weighing in on the fight between which city has the best tacos. Is he tacitly saying that Austin has the best tacos because they went there, not San Antonio, where James Tallarico is from?
I'm not going to get into that fight.
That's way too partisan for us.
Yes, and I know where the best tacos are.
Okay, well, are you going to reveal?
I'm not going to reveal.
Okay. Let's say if we cut the mics, you're going to give just us in the room,
maybe
our awesome crew,
maybe
the inside.
I will bring some.
Okay, good. Well, that's a good start.
Those are my tacos.
I'll take that start. But Barack Obama was here. Also here for stumping for James Tallarico, and Gina Hinojosa is running for governor.
Right.
What do you make of the politics of this?
I mean, he's, I guess, stepping up the game. Barack Obama as president was had very high approval ratings. I think that he connects with people in such a way that other previous presidents are not able to do so. He's very energetic, and I think that these can, I guess, excite a little bit more the Democratic base that needs to be very excited if they want to beat
Democrats in this situation. Competitive. There are certainly signs that's turning around. We're talking about the primary, definitely had some signals that was the case, but they cannot take this for granted. So I think calling in the big guns here is probably pretty smart. This is like, World War II era heavy tank. Barack Obama is among the most popular members of the Democratic Party. That is frankly not that popular overall. None of the parties are, but this is definitely kind of an indication. This is the kind of surprise showing here. The Tallarico campaign emails us 3 times a day what they're doing and how they're doing it. This one came almost like as a just surprise, like they're, the former president. And the kind of effort, I think, is really useful for Democrats because, like we said, they have to be able to, kind of spur the Democrats generally into power. It also, I think, gives Tallarico a better handle on the Democratic electorate that has been reluctant to listen. The battle between he and Jennifer Crockett ended badly. There's a lot of rift there, and obviously having somebody as popular and as impactful as Barack Obama come is a way to kind of unify the party back together in a moment where he desperately needs it. But I want to talk about the negatives because, like, for every yin, there's a yang, right? Like, Democrats obviously love Barack Obama, but guess what? It turns out that, like, their Republicans hate him. So what do you make of the impact of this on the counter side?
Well, I mean, if we were in an election where we would not have a runoff between the Republican candidates, I think that this would benefit the Republican candidate, right? Right now is an issue that, yes, of course, everybody hates doesn't get you to be the winner of the runoff.
It doesn't make you love the person.
Exactly. So the issue is that this unifies Republicans.
Yeah.
But the question is, there's no difference between those that support Sarah Cornyn or A.G. Paxton or whatever it is, because it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. So right now, I think that where this particular issue is irrelevant, is something that they cannot engage fully with it because everybody is going to agree whether you're supporting one or the other.
Yeah. I think that this has a kind of potential down ballot to link the Democrats to a more kind of liberal approach. Obama's not the most liberal member of the party, but Bernie Sanders is. And so John Cornyn said that, like, you've got Obama coming to campaign for Puerto Rico. Bernie Sanders is going to be the keynote for the Democratic Convention in a couple of weeks. Then you've got, I think, a kind of swirl where Republicans are saying, look at what your opposition is. This is the Democrats presenting their kind of national leaders that are very liberal, much more liberal than Texas in general. That's a line that they've been kind of playing and has been pretty successful. John Cornyn, especially, had the success in his last couple of Senate races. It's also, I think, potential to just polarize this way. And so for Tallarico, his kind of theory of the case is that you need Democrats surrounding, right? But you also need people who are independents, leaners, people who are Republicans, people who don't care about politics that much at all. Right. If you partisanize this race, I'm pointing that phrase straight from me today, like, that means that you're going to have a real problem of, like, kind of tampering down expectations of the decision, right? Because Tallarico wants to present himself as kind of moderate, kind of I'm with you kind of Democrat, right? Not like a full-throated, just straight-up partisan. And
Correct.
I think this minimizes that message.
Well, I mean, yes, I see your argument about what party?
Partisanization. Partisanization.
Okay, like it, love it. But I think that the issue here is that when you see Tallarico's message, right, he's very down to earth in the sense of affordability, in the sense of, you know, the 1%ers taking away, etc., etc., etc. So I think that gives him the opportunity to go after these other voters, because yes, the race is going to be, I mean, it is already very polarized, right? But these particular issues are issues that are just going to resonate immediately with how independent Republicans are going to feel about it.
satisfaction. The last issue is the border wall movement. It seems like it's not going to happen. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection Commissioner has said essentially it's canceled. Bipartisan pushback from Texas. What do you think of the outcome?
Well, thank God. It's obviously state park, beautiful. It has a lot of wildlife that goes from Mexico to Texas and the other way around. A lot of migration. A lot of species go from people there. So I think it's important to have that, as it is.
And there's not a mutual dissatisfaction.
No.
With this, like you can have conservation, which apparently they have technology. Yes. So I think that's the win-win here. Yeah, this is going to be policy that's going to push academics, etc. It seems like that's a win. So I guess that's a win, right?
On that compromise and on that way, that's it for this week. I'm not Lena, and I'm ready to discuss the conversation.
Houston Public Media is a service of the University of Houston and is supported with your gifts to the Houston Public Media Foundation. More information available online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. This is Texas Originals from Humanities Texas for the advancement of history, culture, and education.
Governor Edmund Davis played a critical role in reconstructing Texas after the Civil War. He championed the constitutional rights of freed citizens, established the state Republican Party, and instituted a centralized system of public education. Yet these accomplishments barely survived him. Before the Civil War, Davis was a lawyer and judge in South Texas when secessionist views drove the 1850s. Davis sided with Sam Houston and opposing attempts to remove Texas from the Union. When Texas seceded, Davis led the state in labor He fought in Union attempts to retake Galveston, Sabine Pass, and Brownsville, earning promotion to brigadier general. After the war, Davis joined fellow Unionists to reestablish statehood for the development of Reconstruction. As president of the 1868 Constitutional Convention, Davis saw a new world that ensured equality under the law for all Texans, regardless of race. In 1869, Davis won the Texas governorship, the first Republican to the office. However, political turmoil marred his term as he sought to defend African American voting rights in the face of violent opposition. Davis lost the controversial election of 1873 to Richard Cody, ending Reconstruction in Texas and reversing most of Davis' reforms. He died 10 years later. His agenda had future generations to accomplish.
For more information about this Texas Original, visit texasoriginals.org. Texas Originals is produced by Houston Public Media and Humanities Texas, with funding from the National Endowment for the Humanities.
seems like a direct conflict with federal immigration law. That if people had been granted some state of residency, or they're not undocumented immigrants, they have been given some sort of acknowledgement, but the state of Texas wanted to remove them?
Yeah, so what's incredibly incorrect and unlawful about, there's a number of things, but about the reentry provision in particular, it has no affirmative defenses to the state crime. And so theoretically, somebody who has a prior removal order in the state of Texas, this is very possible under federal immigration law for somebody to have a prior removal order and then still later be able to, come back to the country and eventually get immigration status, eventually become a lawful permanent resident, and eventually become even a U.S. citizen. Having a prior removal order doesn't preclude you necessarily from all forms of immigration relief. And so what the reentry provision would have done if it had gone into effect today is it would have effectively removed any wide variation of immigration status that could exist since there's no affirmative defense. Anybody who essentially is an immigrant who has a prior removal order, regardless of what their status is now, would be committing a state crime by being in the state of Texas.
So if someone had a green card, they could still be prosecuted under this law?
That's what the text of SB4 says, that if somebody is not if they're an immigrant, even if they have a lawful permanent residency, there's no affirmative defense for having a green card under SB4 under the reentry provision. And one of our plaintiffs in the case actually is a lawful permanent resident. And so that goes to show how the law was written by people who fully have a grasp on how federal immigration law works.
And another plaintiff that was provisionally approved for peace and has got for citizenship. She was a victim of a crime. She was up law enforcement was resolving the case, and then she fell under as before.
Immigration cases, the immigration process is a long and drawn-out process. So people who have, provisionally approved visas, who are still waiting to get that visa in hand, but who, are following the law and working toward the process, who are doing everything right, we're getting work permits, who are, in the process, the immigration process, which can take many, many years. Those people who are in the process at any stage, and even up until the point when they have their lawful permanent residency, there's nothing in SB4 that says the law wouldn't apply to them. There's no affirmative defenses, and so absolutely.
Is a staff attorney for the Beyond Borders program at the Texas Civil Rights Project. The Trump administration is moving forward with the construction of border wall along the Texas-Mexico border. The federal government is now looking to seize 14 acres of land on an iconic mountain outside of El Paso, which is owned by the Catholic Diocese of neighboring Las Cruces, New Mexico. The land that the federal government wants to take sits at the bottom of Mount Cristo Rey, a 720-foot tall mountain with a 29-foot-tall statue of Jesus Christ. The Diocese of Las Cruces has resisted the government's attempt to take the land. According to the Texas Tribune, the church said in court documents the Trump administration's efforts violates its First Amendment right to religious expression. And on Thursday, the Trump administration took action to move forward its plan for the overall sensitive desert lands in the Big Bend region. In March, more than 100 organizations, outfitters, and rural Texas businesses urged Congress to block federal funding for border wall construction in the Big Bend region. Lincoln Jordahl is the National Public Lands Advocate at the Center for Biological Diversity.
The administration announced they were going to waive dozens of laws in order to speed construction of border barriers along one of the most remote stretches of the entire U.S.-Mexico border. This is the area known as the Lower Canyons of the Big Bend region. It's a congressionally designated wild and scenic river. This place is truly one of the most remote, wildest stretches of river in the American Southwest.
What are they building there? What are they putting there?
Well, we don't know. If you look at the DOT map, it shows a layer for what they call patrol road and a vehicle barrier, which are these big steel barriers to stop vehicles, which make no sense because there's no vehicles that are crossing in this area. You cannot drive a vehicle across the border in these locations. But the waiver itself, this document that they just published in the Federal Register, it clears the way for 30-foot tall steel border walls. We have no idea what they're planning here. And that has been the thing the entire length of this project since we started seeing them start build walls in the Big Bend region. Updated all the time and changed all the time. We cannot trust that map. But today, this document in the Federal Register actually says includes border wall, not just the barrier.
So this has attracted attention. There are Republicans in the area who are opposed to this border wall project because they see this as not making any sense financially, doesn't do anything for border security, and they think that this is harmful to the region. Is that correct?
100% correct. It's a total boondoggle. It makes a zero sum. The immigration apprehensions are at record lows, and the Big Bend sector has the lowest number of apprehensions of anywhere along the border. So this makes a little sense anywhere, but it makes absolutely no sense along the extremely remote Transford River, Scenic River in the Lower Canyon, Big Bend.
What kind of environmental damage would happen if they actually follow through on this?
If they build a road in the area, that alone would be the largest construction project to ever occur in this extremely remote region. We would see them likely dynamiting canyon walls in order to put roads and vehicle barriers and lighting in. If they build a physical border wall, we will see all of our wildlife in Texas on the U.S. side of the border be cut off from their main water source, which is, of course, the Rio Grande. But that means for hunters, their white-tailed deer, bighorn sheep aren't going to be able to access their main source of water. One of the things I'm most worried about, this waiver clears the way for them to install lighting. Imagine stadium security lighting along this incredibly remote stretch of the border. This part of the world is known to have some of the darkest night skies anywhere in North America. And now we're seeing in this document that they published in the Federal Register that they want to install lighting. It's an unbelievable assault on the natural integrity of this region. And if these plans move forward, it will forever change this place.
So paint a picture for me. Like, what are we talking about here? What does this place look like?
Yeah, it's it's out in the middle of nowhere. But when you're down there, when you're down those canyons, you don't see any sign of human society. You can, do a 7 to 10 day river trip down there and not see another person. It is one of the places that you can still find true wilderness solitude. And you're just out there with the wildlife. And all of that is at stake. These areas that they're waiving laws to build roads, to build barriers, there's no roads in these places. So that means they would have to blast new roads through these areas. We've seen on some of the CDP maps that they want to build all these roads up on the rim, which would still be extraordinarily destructive. And again, nobody is crossing the border here. So what are we doing? Why are we doing this?
Well, CPB is still moving forward with a separate plan for a 175-mile long barrier wall in the greater Big Bend region that would stretch from Hudspeth County through much of Presidio County and end near Big Bend Ranch State Park. So that is also a concern?
Yeah, and we are actively suing them over that wall. They have issued a similar waiver for that stretch, which means that none of the normal environmental laws apply. But that means that communities in that area are no longer protected by the Clean Water Act and the Clean Air Act. It means that grave sites, Native American grave site, could be blasted apart with no recourse because the tribe are no longer protected by the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Acts. We are seeing the wholesale destruction of this incredibly special place in Texas, all to solve a problem that doesn't exist. It just seems like DHS is trying to find a way to spend these $46 billion because they don't have anything better to do with the money. And we wish that they would not not come here and build walls in a place that they're so clearly not needed.
So how does this impact things like biodiversity in the area?
Yeah, so where we've seen border walls go up in other places, we've seen a significant decrease in genetic exchange between wildlife populations. Where walls have gone up in Arizona, we've seen large wildlife, their ability to cross the border has been reduced to virtually zero. So that means that these populations are fragmented. They're more vulnerable to disease. They can't breed. They can't find food and water sources. And the same thing that we're going to see in Big Bend when these walls go up. Additionally, this stretch of the Rio Grande Wild and Scenic River is habitat for two highly endangered mussels, the Texas hornshell mussel and the Salina mucket. And these are species that don't have viable populations in many other places. If these populations are damaged, that could push them to the brink of extinction.
So it seems like the Trump administration they are set on building the border wall, despite that it really will have no practical impact on immigration or national security. Is there any recourse?
We've already filed a lawsuit challenging the waiver that they've issued for border walls in Presidio County, Big Bend Ranch State Park, and upstream. We'll certainly be looking at our legal options for this one, but we are just urging this administration, listen to the people on the ground, listen to the sheriffs, the Republican sheriffs who have come out against this project, listen to the river outfitters, listen to the people who know the border in this region, and by all means, please come down to Big Bend and see this place for yourself. Because right now, the people who are pushing these plans to destroy this place, you can tell that they've never set foot in this part of the border, and they have no idea what they're getting into.
Lincoln Jordahl is the National Public Lands Advocate at the Center for Biological Diversity. 1 in 3 women in San Antonio experience intimate partner violence in their lifetime. That's according to the Collaborative Commission on Domestic Violence, which says abuse is often underreported within Latino communities because of cultural stigmas surrounding domestic violence and masculinity. Advocates say addressing the problem will require more men to confront it directly. Texas Public Radio's Ivana Baz-Caldera reports on local efforts aimed at changing that culture.
During the International Women's Day March downtown, over 200 people gathered around an installation. 224 pieces of paper were strung across strings, each bearing the names of women killed in Texas last year due to gender-based violence or femicide. There were a few men at the march, and for many working to prevent intimate partner violence, that's part of the problem.
Whenever it's time to attend a gala for a domestic violence program, whenever it's time to raise money, you look around those rooms and it's almost exclusively women. And men don't necessarily see other men calling them to the table, right? They don't see, there's no male role models out there solving for this problem.
That's Manny Pelayes, an attorney and former District 8 councilman. Pelayes says growing up with an abusive father shaped his decades-long work in domestic violence prevention.
We're never going to solve this problem if all we do is dedicate all of our resources and all the bandwidth and all the messaging to addressing the victim and sheltering the victim and providing excellent and much-needed victim services without addressing the other side of the coin, which is, hey, it's dudes who are doing this, so let's talk to dudes.
Pelayes says the consequences of intimate partner violence extend far beyond individual families, affecting workplaces, healthcare systems, and society as a whole.
This literally has a really terrible impact on the economy, right? I mean, when 1 in 3 women are being impacted this way, that means that their job stability is impacted, their healthcare costs go up, and that ripple effect has a huge impact on labor, on insurance rates, on employment rates, all that, right?
Pelayes says many men still avoid talking about intimate partner violence because the subject is difficult and uncomfortable. Ramon Vasquez is the founder of the San Antonio Fatherhood Campaign, an initiative dedicated to helping men and fathers improve their self-esteem and learn to engage in healthy relationships. Vasquez explains why people avoid talking about abuse.
Intimate partner violence violence against children, those are the dirty little secrets that our families hold. And, you know, you're talking about having families be okay letting that go. Because as long as we keep it, our dirty little secrets, it makes it hard.
Vasquez says domestic violence is not unique to the Latino community. It's a public health issue that occurs in all ethnic groups. Because of the large Latino population in San Antonio, the campaign works closely with students to redefine machismo, the Latino cultural construct of exaggerated masculinity. Vasquez says that to redefine machismo, the program teaches guys about the difference between maleness versus manhood.
Manhood is about responsibility. It's about accountability. It's about being someone of your word. Do people believe what you say when you say you're going to do something? Being a person of character, taking responsibility for your children, your spouse, your community. When you do something wrong, do you stand and be accountable for your actions?
The campaign's program director, Greg Marshall, says that there is power in calling out each other's unhealthy behaviors.
Then we look at them and say, by the way, I see you when you're talking to your wife or the mother of your children. It's good when we use her name. I seen you talking to Samantha, right? Because that's a person. You know, if that was your daughter, how would you feel to see a man talking that way to your daughter? And we connect them to that moment. We might not be better all the time, but if I could be a little bit better today and a little bit better tomorrow, that helps, right?
The program teaches that abusive behavior is often rooted in power and control.
That means I need to take control of you for me to feel better. And if I can fix you, my world will be better. But that's not the answer, because I'm still miserable inside until I start taking ownership for that, until I start realizing that I'm responsible for my thoughts, my feelings, my behaviors. Until that happens, I'm still going to be miserable.
Since 2004, the San Antonio Fatherhood Campaign says it has helped more than 10,000 men and fathers in the community. The campaign is one of several local organizations working to involve men in preventing domestic violence. Others include the Peace Initiative, the Bexar County Family Justice Center, and Family Violence Prevention Services, led by CEO Marta Prada Pelaez, Manny Pelaez's mother. Pelaez says those efforts could be strengthened by more men being willing to talk to one another about abuse.
Men are also, like women, we're all a little bit allergic to being lectured to, right? I think it's important for men to remember that it's okay to be your brother's keeper.
Pelaez says he plans on spending the rest of his life recruiting men to start these conversations. I'm Ivana Vaz Caldera in San Antonio.
As the price of oil rises, so does the problem of oil rustling. That's the theft of crude oil, a crime that's been part of the Texas oil patch since the earliest days of wildcatters. But today, officials say oil field theft has grown into something more organized, more dangerous, and more costly. In March of 2025, an oil pipeline exploded in the night sky over Reeves County in West Texas. Investigators said it was the result of oil thieves trying to tap into a pressurized pipeline.
They cut into the pipeline and tried to tap directly into the main pipeline.
That's Tim Murphy with the Texas Department of Public Safety, testifying recently before the Texas House Energy Resources Committee.
It sparked and it blew. They blew up everything in the area, but the pipeline burned for several days.
Murphy said this was an example of oil field theft that went horribly wrong, but it could have been much worse. The massive fire was contained before it reached a more populated area. Officials say the incident shows how oil field theft has become more than a property crime. It is a serious threat to workers, nearby communities, and critical energy infrastructure. And in West Texas, virtually anywhere you look is critical energy infrastructure. The Permian Basin provides about half of the nation's oil. The vast, flat, dusty landscape is populated with pump jacks, oil storage tanks, and drilling pads. Each one is a tempting target for a thief.
It's like any other commodity. When the price is high, they just get sexier.
That's Jim Wright, chairman of the Texas Railroad Commission, the state agency that oversees oil and gas production. Wright says the thieves are often sophisticated.
They're cloning these trucks. They can take a truck and get a full load of oil and not be noticed.
Wright says criminals paint tanker trucks to look like legitimate oil field service vehicles.
So as they go through these remote ranches to get access to that oil, they go unnoticed.
The stolen crude is sold through a broker who sells it onto the market. He says the theft is happening across Texas.
About 40% of the industry has experienced some sort of theft. And so I've heard that number could be as high as $1 billion on an annual basis.
Wright says the problem is growing, and recent criminal cases show the scale. In April, federal prosecutors announced that 14 people from Texas and New Mexico had been indicted in an alleged crude oil theft conspiracy. The indictment alleges crude oil was siphoned from producers in southeastern New Mexico and then transported across state lines into Texas for resale. Sheriff Stan Parker of Howard County in West Texas says he doesn't have the manpower to deal with the problem.
Our county alone gets probably over 1,500 barrels of oil reported stolen every month.
Parker says the oil thieves know the oil drilling business and law enforcement does not.
Our problem is we don't know who's supposed to be there and who's not. And the thing about it is if I pulled up on a tank battery right now, I don't know if you can be there or you're not. I don't know if you're drawing water off of it. I don't know if you're pulling oil. It's got very complicated.
Texas lawmakers have responded by creating an organized oil field theft prevention unit within the Department of Public Safety, which is now training local sheriffs what to look for to spot an oil thief. The legislature also created the Stop Theft Task Force to study petroleum theft, gaps in the law, and long-term economic impacts. The task force will report its findings to state lawmakers in December. Texas has recently increased the criminal penalty for oil field theft. Depending on the value of what was stolen, a conviction can carry 2 to 10 years or up to life in prison. Texas is the nation's second largest crawfish producer, behind Louisiana. Despite a slow start to crawfish season this year due to a late freeze, Texas farmers brought in a plentiful harvest, as the state has had its warmest winter on record since 1895. Houston Public Media's Natalie Weber tells us these warmer winters have caused a shift in when crawfish farmers begin their season.
Wearing a camouflage wetsuit, long rubber boots, and a baseball cap, Christian Burns steers his fishing boat into a rice field in Anahuac, about an hour east of Houston. He's working for his cousin, who owns a crawfish farm here. Burns is harvesting roughly 20 sacks of crawfish daily, enough to feed up to 200 people. He says the harvest in any given year really depends on the weather.
Warmer weather means we're able to catch more crawfish just because they're more active. Once the water gets below 50, they don't really do a whole lot of moving around and feeding.
As Burns fishes, he dumps the mud bugs, or crawfish, into a tray on his boat. Once it's full, he scrapes the red crustaceans into large mesh sacks. While some of the crawfish will go to a restaurant on the farm, the rest will be sold and cooked at seafood boils and businesses across Texas.
Okay, so these are our boilers, okay? They're custom-made, stainless steel in Louisiana.
Dominic Mandola is the owner of the Ragin' Cajun restaurant in Houston. He says crawfish season has been plentiful this year. That's due in part to the warmer weather. When there's a freeze, he says that slows down the harvest.
There's been some times where we've ran out of crawfish on Fat Tuesday throughout the last 50 years because of the freeze.
But while milder winters can help kickstart crawfish season, hotter summers can hurt the harvest. That's what happened 2 years ago, after triple-digit temperatures in the summer and a drought killed off crawfish before the winter fishing season. Mandola says that was unusual. Warmer winters are becoming more common in Texas, according to Assistant State Climatologist B.J. Bowley.
Texas winter temperatures have generally been warming up over time, over the last several decades, particularly since about the 1980s.
Nikki Fitzgerald is a coastal and marine county resources agent with Texas A&M AgriLife. She says as Texas winters have gotten warmer, she's seen a shift in when crawfish season begins.
Now you're starting to see crawfish in December and January. In the
early 90s and stuff, crawfish season typically would start at the beginning of March. And as people have really started enjoying crawfish, it's, the warmer seasons have actually encouraged the fishermen to get out quicker.
Back in East Texas, Christian Burns says there were only 3 months over the last year where his cousin's farm didn't harvest any crawfish.
We're working on building more fields, so we're ever expanding.
And as the farm grows, he says they're getting closer to figuring out how to fish year-round. I'm Nedley Weber in Houston.
That's it for this edition of Texas Matters. Thanks for listening. I'm David Martin Davies. Email us at texasmatters@tpr.org. You can find Texas Matters wherever you download cool podcast. And tune in again next week for another edition of Texas Matters from Texas Public Radio.
PBS Drama on HPM+.
The dramas you can't stop watching. Now in one place. Stream on demand. Catch up on past seasons with Passport. Search HPM Plus on your smart and connected TVs.
HPM+.
Houston Public Media delivers essential journalism and programming that informs and unites our community. We extend our gratitude to our innovator supporters for enabling us to provide free programming for all. Ellen Benninghoven and Michael Schaefer, MD, the Brown Foundation Incorporated, the Cullen Foundation, the Hamill Foundation, Joan Hessedance and Rick Wall, Ed and Jean Matthews Foundation, and John P. McGovern Foundation. Thank you.
Your NPR station, News 88.7 KUHF Houston, a service of the University of Houston. Get local and breaking news anytime at houstonpublicmedia.org. Listen to us on your favorite devices. Tell your smart speaker to play News 88.7.
Hello, welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Rob Young in London and Ansoy in Nairobi. Good to have you with us.
Rwanda says it is tightening screening at its border with the Democratic Republic of Congo because of a deadly outbreak of the Ebola virus. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern. We will get the latest from the WHO spokesperson.
We'll also hear from a survivor of the infection from the world's biggest outbreak of Ebola a decade ago about recovering from that deadly infection.
And a new report says the number of executions that took place globally last year was the highest figure in more than 4 decades, driven largely by Iran. Our correspondent will bring us that report after a bulletin of the latest news.
BBC News with Neil Nunes. The Dutch cruise ship at the center of a deadly hantavirus outbreak is approaching the Netherlands port of Rotterdam. The outbreak on board the vessel has so far claimed 3 lives and seen dozens of people placed into quarantine. Tom Bailey reports.
This will mark the end of the MV Hondius's long journey home to the Netherlands after beginning its voyage in Argentina at the start of April. The cruise trip that followed was to become the stuff of nightmares after the emergence of the deadly outbreak that left at least 3 passengers dead. Most of those on board were evacuated last week when the vessel moored off the coast of Tenerife, but a 25-person crew and 2 medical staff remained for the final leg. They will begin a period of quarantine once back ashore, with a thorough cleaning and disinfection process of the Hondius then commencing.
The head of the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has stressed the need for adherence to public health measures to minimize the risk of the latest Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Speaking to the BBC, Dr. Jean Kaseya said people should be careful about hygiene.
Currently, we don't have vaccines, we don't have medicines, we are mostly relying on public health measures. It means providing appropriate information to population on how to handle the issue, providing information to how to handle funerals, because we don't want to see again people being infected because of funerals.
President Trump has again threatened Iran, demanding that Tehran act quickly to agree a peace deal, adding that the clock is ticking. It comes as the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke with Mr. Trump. Israeli media reports say the 2 leaders discussed the possibility of fresh joint strikes in Iran, but there's been no official confirmation of this. Amnesty International says the number of executions that took place around the world last year was the highest in more than 4 decades. It says the rise has been driven largely by Iran, where more than 2,000 people were put to death. We get more details in this report from Caroline Hawley.
Iran's been intensifying its use of the death penalty as a tool of political control, according to human rights groups. Prisoners executed in the past few weeks include men who were only arrested during protests in January. Amnesty International says it's a shockingly short period of time. The executions are often announced on state-run media, but the UN Human Rights Office says it fears that others are taking place in secret amid reports of torture and forced confessions. And it says many people, including children, remain at risk of execution.
Caroline Hawley. This is the latest world news from the BBC. A new round of government-mediated talks between the electronics giant Samsung and its South Korean labor unions have begun in an attempt to avert a strike over pay and bonuses. South Korea's government has expressed concern about the economic impact of the industrial action. Jake Kwon is in Seoul.
This looming strike is really happening at a time when Samsung Electronics is in really a golden age thanks to this AI boom. Their memory chips are flying off the shelf. If we look at the first 3 months of this year, their operating profit, $38 billion, and that is 8 times the profit from the same time last year. So what the union is saying is that we have been through with Samsung through the thick and thin, and we want a bigger cut of this sudden windfall. And they said they want Samsung to set aside 15% of their profit as bonuses for them.
Ukrainian officials say the southern port city of Odessa has come under Russian drone attack, damaging residential buildings along with a school and a kindergarten. At least 2 people have been injured and rescue efforts are continuing. On Saturday night, Ukraine targeted 14 Russian regions with drones in response to continuing attacks by Moscow. Search and rescue operations are taking place in the southern Chinese region of Guangxi after an earthquake brought down several buildings. The magnitude 5.2 quake struck the city of Liuzhou early on Monday. Reports say 2 people have been killed, several are missing. An archive of almost 800 historic tartan samples has been given to the National Museum of Scotland. The archive, which has been described as exceptional, contains tartans produced by J&D Patton, one of the largest manufacturers of the last 200 years. Some of the samples date back to the 1820s. BBC World News.
Many thanks for that update. Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service. We're coming to you live from London with Rob Young and from Nairobi with me, Anne Soy.
Our main story today is that outbreak of a rare strain of Ebola in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo. We will be speaking to the World Health Organization spokesperson in a few moments.
Also coming up, executions in Iran drives the global numbers to the highest level in years. We welcome your messages on this or any other stories that we're covering for you. Our text and WhatsApp number is +44 77 86 20 50 85.
So the World Health Organization has declared the latest Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo to be an international public health emergency. A rare strain is suspected to have killed more than 80 people. Now, WHO officials said the emergency declaration was driven by several alarming factors, including delayed detection of the outbreak, infections among healthcare workers, and cross-border transmission risks. I'm going to cross to Geneva now and speak to the World Health Organization spokesperson Tarek Yasarevich. Well, welcome to the programme. What is the latest information you have on the numbers of people who've been infected and where they've been infected?
Well, we are still looking into how big this outbreak is at this stage. So far, there are more than 200 suspected cases. We know that samples that have been brought to Kinshasa, to the capital, have been positive for this, as you said, the rare strain of Ebola virus. It's a Bundibugyo strain. We are still looking like how big this outbreak is, because this is a very remote area in the eastern part of DRC. There are logistical challenges. We have sent teams, as well as the Ministry of Health, to really try to support local health authorities. It is important to act quickly, to try to identify transmission chains, to do contact tracing, to provide medical care to those who have been infected. So a response has started. It's really important to do it very fast.
Okay, and just tell us about this Bundibugyo strain. What is the difference in terms of transmissibility and the death rate from it?
Well, the death rate is between 30 and 50%, what have been seen in previous 2 outbreaks caused by this particular strain, and the last one was in 2012. When it comes to symptoms, it is very similar to other 2 strains known of Ebola, and it's a part of hemorrhagic fever viruses that cause at the end, hemorrhagic symptoms that quite often lead to death. So it was necessary really to do this laboratory testing. The samples have tested negative for the Zaire strain that we have been seeing in past years, and therefore there was a little bit in delay in trying identifying the cause of the infections. But again, the response is the same. We need to find the people who are infected and try to find people who have been in contact with them. All Ebola viruses are being transmitted from one person to another through contact with the body fluids of infected person.
And what do you make of the response of the various national and local authorities? You had Rwanda say in the recent hours that they're stepping up screening at the border. Is that the kind of thing nations should be doing?
Well, really, it's important, first of all, for affected countries, and that's DRC and Uganda, because there was a case of a man who traveled from DRC to Kampala and who tested positive. So it's really important for those 2 countries, first of all, and South Sudan and South Sudan. We need to identify what is the Ebola outbreaks is identify who are infected and those who have been in contact with them, and then monitor the health of those who have been in contact with patient period of 3 weeks. So those 3 weeks, people who may have been exposed should be monitored, and at the beginning of any symptoms should be taken to a medical facility and provided medical care. Unfortunately, for this particular strain, we don't have any therapies, and we don't have vaccines. We have for the other strain of Ebola, unfortunately, those measures are not sufficient for this one. So
I want to come back to the issue of a vaccine in just a moment, if I may. But on borders, is there a case, do you think, for closing borders or limiting cross-border travel?
It is important to step up surveillance. We don't recommend travel restrictions, but it is important to monitor people who may have been exposed. So it is important to have this capacity at the national level in the region to have that capacity to be able to monitor and to find the contacts and make sure that transmission chains are being broken.
Nakombe, listening in Yaoundé in Cameroon, asks whether this is a mutation from a previous strain. I suppose the implication is it possible that a vaccine could be come up with pretty quickly so that you can get it to that part of eastern DRC?
Well, at this stage, so we don't have. We know that vaccines that we have for Ebola virus strain, but there is an ongoing research and development, and we are obviously will be putting in place scientific cooperation to see what exactly is needed. Again, at this particular moment, what is needed is to make sure to identify those who have been infected and those who may have been exposed to the virus.
Do you know if there is any work going on to try to invent it?
For that, but again, it takes some time. You may remember that there was Ebola virus disease 4-5, Zaire strain. It took some time to to regulatory work, clinical trials, that never been successful before, but we have some success for this treatment.
And what is your central aims? How widespread this particular spread is to harness
Well, we have to be really careful. We all remember big outbreak of 2014, 2015 in West Africa. Thousands of people, unfortunately, died from Ebola outbreak. So it is important to act fast. We had the previous outbreaks in recent years that were shut down fairly quickly, and DRC has experienced Ebola. So DRC has experienced Ebola outbreaks in previous years and acted very fast. Now, Ituri is one of the areas that is very challenging for many reasons, logistical reasons, security reasons, health system capacity reasons. But again, we are deploying teams, and Ministry of Health is working hard to try to put in place those public health measures where necessary.
Thank you very much indeed. That's a tell. That's a way to basically the work. Organization during the last watch. And you mentioned West Africa, which you come from.
That's right. I remember going to Liberia at the height of that outbreak and just seeing how communities were dealing with it. Heroic stories from villages. There was one female chief, for example, who was able to institute very strict measures in her community, basic hygiene, and she managed to prevent infection to a large extent. Hers was one of the communities that wasn't, very much affected by that outbreak. And then there was also this thousands of survivors from that outbreak, and later tests and research later found that they were actually immune to reinfection, and they have come in handy in also helping those who are infected, because they can go in and touch them and take care of them because they cannot be reinfected. And we have a story of one of those survivors, because this is not the first time, as you say, Rob, that the world is facing an outbreak of Ebola virus. Between 2014 and 2016, the West African nation of Liberia, alongside with neighbors Guinea and Sierra Leone, witnessed the deadliest Ebola epidemic, which caused more than 10,000 deaths. So what is it like to be diagnosed with and recover from Ebola? Patrick Seko Fale was a social worker in Liberia when he was diagnosed with the disease in 2015. He spent 3 weeks in a treatment center. He's also a former president of the National Ebola Survivors Network of Liberia, and he sent this message from Monrovia.
I was very afraid of my life. I was fear being seen within everyone within the Ebola treatment unit. Because imagine you sitting there 4-5 persons within the Ebola treatment unit having conversation, and then the next morning those individuals that you were having conversation with are no more around you. So I could remember lying down on the bed, having conversation with some of my colleagues that night. And as soon as the next morning, I saw the body of those guys, of my colleagues, been placed in the body bag, and they were carrying them. They were buried. Can you imagine that? So yes, I was very afraid of my life, because another reason me being afraid is that from the beginning, journalists were on print and electronic media in my country, and they were saying that Ebola does not have a cure. It has no cure. And if journalists were saying Ebola has no cure, then why am I going to the Ebola treatment unit? So yes, all of those things put fear in us, and I was living in fear up to the time I left the ETU. Ebola is a dirty disease. It brings fever, high fever. You got headache, severe headache, sustained headache, backing up. You have bleeding through the nose, every part of your body. You have joint pain, severe pain across your body, and those are symptoms that I personally went through. What did I feel when I recovered? I felt total relief. I felt walking out of health. I felt walking out of dead zone. I felt a
this may be the last time we hear.
29-year-old Mehram Abdulazadeh was arrested in 2022 during anti-government protests that followed the death of a young woman in police custody. He was accused of being involved in the killing of a member of the security forces.
From the very first day of their arrest, they forced confessions out of me from torture and threats. They limit God prison that I am innocent.
When this recording obtained by the Kurdistan Human Rights Network, he describes the torment of being on death row, the sleepless nights.
A condemned person cannot define the state of peace after all day and perhaps letting go of their racing thoughts and sleep for 2 or 3 hours.
This is his mother wearing a navy headscarf, sitting on a grey sofa, holding in her hand a framed black and white picture of him. She begs for help to save him, saying he's young, he's innocent, he has dreams ahead of him. But in the early hours of May the 3rd, state media announced his execution. He's one of dozens of political prisoners being put to death since the US and Israeli war in Iran began. At least 14 of them were only arrested in January during a nationwide uprising that was crushed with lethal force. Nassim Abayani from Amnesty International says executions are carried out by hanging at dawn.
Effectively, people in Iran have been given near daily announcements of executions being carried out. The authorities recognize the death penalty as a tool of lethal repression to instill fear among the population and essentially crush and stifle any dissent.
At the end of last month, state TV ran a report on Sarsan Azadbar, a 21-year-old karate champion convicted of effective collaboration with the enemy during January's protests. He's seen in the report in handcuffs, apparently confessing to breaking the window of a police car with a stick and asking for petrol to set it on fire. Less than 4 months after his arrest, he was executed, even though he wasn't officially accused of a lethal crime, which is the threshold for using the death penalty under international law. Famin al-Khitan, spokesperson for the UN Human Rights Office, says Iran's increased use of the death penalty to silence political dissent is frightening.
We are seeing people who are being charged under vague laws and texts and executed, often also in expedited processes. And many individuals, including children, are still at risk of execution.
This is the voice of Erfan Shahrazadeh. He's wearing a blue prison uniform and he is in circumstances unbelievably calm. He was arrested last year while studying for a master's in satellite technology and accused of spying for the US and Israel. Again, his confession
Cuba cannot get the necessary fuel to keep the thermoelectric plants working and the rest. In many places, water cannot be pumped to the home, so people have to make do with water tanks that they, these trucks with which carry water all over the city. Of course, they also have the problem of fuel. It's really a terrible situation. I don't know how people survive, but they survive, obviously. Of course, there are many demonstrations in the streets because people feel that the government hasn't done enough to fix the problem or to be ready for what has happened. And I think they are right. They're right that one of the problems that Cuba has is that the Cuban government, by not doing what they have to do, have left the country in a very vulnerable position. For example, they spend a lot of money in building hotels, but they didn't spend that money in refurbishing the thermoelectric plants. Some of the thermoelectric plants don't work because of lack of fuel, but some of the thermoelectric plants don't work because they lack maintenance, they are not in very good shape. So it's very, very often one of the thermoelectric plants goes out of line, and that can cause a big problem.
There have been fuel shortages before in Cuba. How does this compare?
No, this is the worst. This is the worst.
And we have had the United States with this offer of $100 million of humanitarian aid, and that the head of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, was in Cuba last week. What are the discussions between the American and Cuban governments? Is there a deal to be done here, you think, which would see the flow of oil being resumed?
I think it's very difficult that a deal can be made. You know, this offer of $100 million is hypocritical. How do you compare, or how can you live if you are imposing an oil blockade, a fuel blockade in Cuba, and on the other hand you are offering $100 million in aid, which by the way they offered it, and after the Cuban government said we have not received any offer, they clarified. But the Cuban government has said, well, how is this $100 million going to come? Is it going to be in cash? Is it going to be in merchandise? The American government says that they are going to supply
France with a sentence of 24 years. Dutch authorities have said that he's been living in Sierra Leone. In 2025, Fatima Bio posted a video on her socials during the Christmas holidays that appeared to show Chubby Joss in a church service she was attending. The atmosphere becomes frosty when I ask her my next question. Do you know who Joss Lady Cliff is? So Joss Lady Cliff is one of the most haunted girls in Europe. He is a drug kingpin, and he is said to be married to the president's daughter. Really? They say they have a child together. Maybe that one knows I don't know. I suppose the question is then, how did one of Europe's most wanted drug dealers get to be so close to Sierra Leone's first family, as was shown in the video on January 1st? My videos on my social media everywhere, so it's not a secrecy. My own video is not prescribed for certain people or that people. I don't bring people into church. I'm not a Christian, I'm a Muslim. So when I go to church service, which means I'm invited like everyone else. So I don't know who is in that church. Despite controversy, many say she has her eyes on her husband's position. The new election cycle will start in a couple of years. A few of the people that I've been speaking with over these past few days said that they would like to see you as president of Sierra Leone. Presidency does not come just like that. It will have to be the real world. I'm not hungry to be president. Would you be able to? It will not be my will. It will be the will of God as president. Whether Fatima Bio seeks greater office or not, she already signals a shift in what leadership can look like in Sierra Leone.
That was the BBC's gender and identity correspondent Megan Mohan speaking there with Fatima Bio, the First Lady of Sierra Leone, for the BBC's Global Book. Time now for some sports with Sarah Minai.
West Ham are 2 points from safety. The game to play, they will be relegated if Tottenham beat or draws against Chelsea tomorrow after a 3-point defeat at Newcastle. Here's West Ham's boss, Spiritu Santo.
Respect and try to finish the season with dignity. That's what Tuesday. Still possible, but we know that it's very difficult.
In football still, Bruno Fernandes recorded the English Premier record for assists in the season as Manchester United beat Nottingham Forest 3-2 on Sunday. He draws level with Thierry Henry and Kevin De Bruyne on 20. United's manager Michael Carrick says it was a great day.
I was pleased with other things. Dangerous press score, not always score. We know it's going to score. Not close on the game. We know it's getting the assist down. It's a difficult one because you can see him going through a few times and he's whether he shoots or not, and it becomes a thing really. And when he would try to be not making a thing, the fact that he did get that and won the game was a really good day.
And tonight at the Emirates, Mikel Arteta's league leaders Arsenal take on relegated Burnley. Arsenal could move 5 points clear of Manchester City.
There is no other choice. The opportunity for our supporters is going to be a Monday night. Let's take it in a really positive way. We leave something incredible with our supporters against Atletico. We can replicate any of that. I know that the team is going to
the spread of the outbreak outside the DRC since a man died of the disease in Uganda. We heard earlier from the head of the Africa Center for Disease Control, Mohammed warned that the virus could spread further in East Africa. Let's now speak to correspondent in Kinshasa in the DRC, Emery. Welcome to the program. Now, what's the latest you're hearing about the number of deaths and those infected? Who are suspected, and then there's sections for those who are confirmed to have infection. There's no treatment for this, but they're supported perhaps with intravenous, water injected to them intravenously to support their recovery. How difficult is it, Emery, to get to this area logistically, and also bearing in mind the security situation?
The epicenter, Mongwalu, is the most difficult to get to because we do have armed group activities around the area when you leave the capital, Bunia, the capital city, and that's where most of the people have been infected. And what we understand from all the various hotspots, there hasn't been yet set up any treatments and
Sorry, we're losing you there, Emery. But you're just painting a picture of how difficult the situation is on the ground. Please finish. Right. I understand that we have lost Emery. He was just talking about the situation there in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the challenges getting there logistically. Rob, as you imagine, to the south of Ituri, we have the Kivus, the North Kivu and South Kivu, much of which is controlled by rebels. And therefore, you can imagine that movement of government workers and supplies is going to be rather challenging.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to return to this story in the next hour here on Newsday. We're going to head to South Africa now. Zawadi Yamungu is a South African musician who plays the umakwayana, a curved single-string instrument known for its soft, hypnotic sound rooted in African tradition. And in her hands, this ancient instrument blends effortlessly with modern house beats and rich vocals. Zawadi creates music that feels both spiritual and contemporary, drawing on themes of ancestry, identity and healing. Well, her sound bridges generations, linking traditional African storytelling with today's younger audience. Focus on Africa's Charles Gitonga began by asking her about the meaning of her stage name, Zawadi Yamungu, and whether her name is Swahili.
Yes, it's a Swahili name, but I'm a Zulu who is based in Durban, but who grew up in Mandeni, which is part of Durban, but north of KwaZulu-Natal. I just love the Kiswahili language, and as my way of still learning it, because I'm still trying to learn a few words, like how to greet, how to say a couple of words. But then when I checked what is my name, my Zulu name is Nkosi Ngiphile, then I found out that the best translation of that Zulu name in Swahili is Zawadi Yamungu.
Wow, that's fascinating. And that means gift from God. In case I realize we didn't say what it all means in English.
Yes, so. I know. They've been, and then a lot of people from Kenya, from Tanzania, they've been like commenting on socials, be like, hey, your name means gift of God or gift from God. I'm like, that's the best name for me.
There's just something about music and how, it helps blend all these different languages. And no matter where you're listening from,
definitely
you feel like you understand what's being said.
Through music, we can feel one another and hear one another, not just by knowing each one's languages, but just by connecting through music. So I think that's what my music does to everyone, because everyone resonates with my sound. My sound is more like traditional, but it's also modernized, as I also play like indigenous instruments, but Zulu South African indigenous instruments, umakwayana, bow instrument and other instruments. But I'm able to incorporate that with modern sound. So if you want to categorize it, you can maybe say it's more like Afro-African jazz. It resonates with a lot of people. It connects with a lot of people, whether you understand the language I'm using or you don't, but you just get it, It's more spiritual music that speaks with the soul, music that talks about how proud I am being an African child, a child of the soil, and that's all we are, I feel like me being able to even include some languages then makes it even more attractive.
And there's just something about South African musicians and being able to do what you've just described, because I live in Nairobi and I can tell you the amount of South African music that's being played in this city. And then you ask someone, what does it mean? They're like, I have no idea. I just like it, So
I know. I love it so much. Even on my stats on like Spotify, YouTube, or even Apple Music, I have a lot of people from Nairobi or Kenya that are like, Zawadi, we know your music. We're listening to your songs, because I'm also doing like dance music, like I'm a piano. But my stats are always so good with Kenyan people or Nairobi or Tanzania.
Yeah. So you said your sound is traditional but modernized, and you talked about some of the traditional instruments that you play in the music. Could you tell me why that's important to keep these instruments alive in modern music?
More than anything, I feel like we cannot shy away from the fact that the world is evolving, but at the same time, I don't think anyone would love to lose who we were before or who we are. Our identity is more important. So for our next generation or even youth to still get an essence of what was the feeling of olden sound, I felt like it is my job to do that as a musician, because it is said that we are the speakers of the truth.
Zawadi Yamungu there speaking to Charles Katonga for Focus on Africa. You can hear a longer version of their conversation by downloading the Focus on Africa podcast. Martin listening in Juba says music is language of human soul. I vividly remember in the early 90s, South Sudanese people religiously listening to Congolese music without necessarily understanding the meaning of the songs, just as the one you said. And we'll finish this half hour with a bit more of a music.
Houston Public Media is a service of the University of Houston and is supported with your gifts to the Houston Public Media Foundation. More information available online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
The news nowadays is a bit like our weather, much more extreme. The headlines that grab the most attention generate a lot of heat and not much light. On 1A, we rely on your questions and stories to help us better understand the issues that demand more than a few tweets. With your help, we'll get to the heart of the story together.
Weekdays at 2 p.m. on News 88.7.
Your NPR station, News 88.7 KUHF Houston, a service of the University of Houston. Get local and breaking news anytime at houstonpublicmedia.org. Listen to us on your favorite devices. Tell your smart speaker to play News 88.7.
Hello, you're with Newsday on the BBC World Service with Anne Soy in Nairobi and Rob Young in London.
Rwanda is tightening screening at its border with the Democratic Republic of Congo amid a deadly outbreak of the Ebola virus. We'll hear from people inside Goma, the latest city to report new cases, and speak to the Director General of the Africa Centers for Disease Control.
We don't have vaccines, we don't have medicines, we are mostly relying on public health measures.
A large-scale Ukrainian drone attack has killed 3 in Moscow as Ukraine claims that Russia's preparing for a major offensive in the summer.
And we go back to Gaza this morning as health officials say that 5 people were killed in Israeli attacks there. That's more after the latest world news. BBC News with Emily Thomas. The Dutch cruise ship at the centre of a deadly hantavirus outbreak is approaching the Netherlands port of Rotterdam, where it's due to dock in the coming hours. The outbreak on board the vessel has seen dozens of people placed into quarantine. John Bailey reports.
This will mark the end of the MV Hondius's long journey home to the Netherlands after beginning its voyage in Argentina at the start of April. The cruise trip that followed must have become the stuff of nightmares after the emergence of the deadly outbreak left at least 3 passengers dead. Most of those on board were evacuated last week when the vessel moored off the coast of Tenerife. It's a 25-person crew and 2 medical staff remain for the final leg. They will begin a period of quarantine once back ashore, with a thorough cleaning and disinfection process of the Hondius deck commencing.
The head of the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has stressed the need for adherence to public health measures to minimize the risk of the latest Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Jean Kassea cautioned that in the absence of vaccines and effective medicines, people should be careful about hygiene measures. Here's Thomas Makala.
The reason this is important is because DRC is smack in the middle of Africa, and around it are 9 countries. All those 9 countries are presumably on high alert, especially the ones to the eastern side of DRC, particularly that's South Sudan and Uganda. Both those countries are very close to the province that is the epicenter of this current outbreak, and Uganda say that it's tightening border screening and surveillance within the country to notice any cases of Ebola that show any symptoms.
President Trump has again threatened Iran, demanding Tehran act quickly to agree a peace deal, adding that the clock is ticking. It comes as the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke with Mr. Trump about the conflict with Iran. Israeli media reports say the leaders discussed renewing the war. The union representing Samsung Electronics workers has said that strike action will continue as planned on Thursday in a dispute over pay and bonuses. That's despite a court injunction ordering the union to ensure any strike does not disrupt production. Jack Wan is in Seoul.
This strike is really happening at a time when Samsung Electronics is in a golden age thanks to this AI boom. Their memory chips are flying off the shelf. If we look at the first 3 months of this year, their operating profit, $38 billion. And that is 8 times the profit from the same time last year. So what the union is saying is that, we have been through with Samsung through thick and thin, and we want a bigger cut of this sudden windfall. And they said they want Samsung to set aside 15% of their profit as bonuses for them.
World News from the BBC. Amnesty International says the number of executions that took place around the world last year was the highest in more than 4 decades. The campaign group says the rise has been driven largely by Iran, where more than 2,000 people were put to death. That's more than double the number of the previous year. Most were for drug and murder offences, but Amnesty and the United Nations say there's been a sharp increase in political executions as well. Search and rescue operations are taking place in the southern Chinese region of Guangxi after an earthquake brought down several buildings. The magnitude of 5.2 quake struck the city of Liuzhou early on Monday. Reports say 2 people have been killed and several people are missing. The BBC investigation has discovered that illegal smugglers in France are offering migrants through a network of companies and women who pay to cross the channel illegally. Josie Hammond reports.
Armed countries sent to travel to a migrant camp in Dunkirk where they made contact with 2 smugglers. Both said payment for a crossing could be taken all over the world, including a car wash in Belgium, a restaurant in France and in the UK. One said money could be sent to the bank account of a car wash in Cambridgeshire or a wholesale business in Newcastle. He also said cash could be paid at a phone shop in southeast London. We secretly filmed workers there agreeing to take nearly £3,000 to pay for 2 people to cross the channel.
An archive of almost 800 historic tartan samples has been given to the National Museum of Scotland. The archive, which has been described as exceptional, contains tartans produced by J&D Pattern, one of the largest manufacturers of the last 200 years. Some of the samples date back to the 1820s. The collection is going to be security for Queen Victoria and military units and to Scottish regiments.
Stories do send it by text or WhatsApp.
to the border, it was closed. I then started asking myself a lot of questions about why it had been closed. Given the current situation, I was afraid. In the end, someone there explained to me that it was due to a problem linked to a suspected case of Ebola reported in Goma, which had led to the border being closed. As the measures were very strict, I had no choice but to go back home.
Well, across the border in Rwanda, Communist Nakuru Habamungu told us about his concerns.
Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, leads the continental response to Ebola outbreaks. I have been speaking to its Director General, Dr. Jean Cassé.
Currently, we are still talking about these 336 alerts investigated in DRC with 87 deaths reported, but it's just being reviewed today because the minister went to the field in Bunia and came back last night. And in Uganda, the president organized a task force meeting that
washing hospitals, communal washing, how people move, they tend to be the source of a lot of Ebola infections. And that's why you have Dr. Oseabe talking about water and sanitation, basically practicing basic hygiene, because Ebola is transmitted through infected bodily fluids, so they have to somehow get into the body fluid perhaps sexually as well, and that's why basic hygiene is very important to practice.
Gaza City. Apologies for the difficult communications, but I'm sure you'll understand the circumstances in which he was talking to us there, saying that many people are still living in tents, dependent on the food aid that is coming in from Israel. She also said that 65% of the Gaza Strip is now controlled by Israel. Indeed, Benjamin Netanyahu told a cabinet meeting a few days ago that they control 60% of the territory, taking slightly more of Gaza, despite the fact that ceasefire is